Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Happy Friday. Can you guys hear me? Audio check. Audio check. Audio check. Just checking to see if you guys can hear me clearly. Okay, perfect. Thank you, George. I'm assuming you're George, right? Okay. Yeah, welcome to the room. It's a great name, by the way. All right, guys. Yeah. Very successful people start with the name George, by the way. That's my. I'm sticking to that story. All right, guys. Good morning. It's Friday. We made it. It's Friday. And let's take a quick look at the market and see what is in store for us. Gregory, good morning. Brad, good morning. Matthew, good morning, Matthew. Mike, good morning. Safe, good morning. Stephen, how are you, sir? Good morning to you. Big day today, right? Omer, good morning. How are you, buddy? All right, guys. Focus. Let's get this show on the road. So, what is the market doing so far? From looking at the 200 NT Rinko, I mean, right this moment we are in this neutral zone that we're very familiar with, right? And the market tends to oscillate between those two ranges quite often and buy this zone, sell this zone on a very in a very tight range. We are also at Globex, which is 18,075. So the market is buying that area as well into Harmony Zone number two. The 200 NT Rinko is still inclined toward the short, right? And as long as we can trade under 18,110 at the open and then close below Globex, you're going to get a rotation lower that can take us to the swing trade target of 18,025. Okay? Right now, the market is out of sync. So, the 200 and the 100 are out of sync. So, that lends itself to a two sided market. So, I wouldn't be surprised if they go back up to this level, which is the 18,100 whole number, and try to shake more people off. If they break anything above 18,110, this rotation will start picking up a bid, and we can potentially go to 125 and end up breaking out of this pattern. So I'm looking at the 18 at the 110, and I'm looking under 75. Above 110, the tone of the market goes long. Under 75, the tone of the market will get in sync on the short side, and we'll start looking at signals to go short. Anything in between them, especially early on this Friday. We're just gonna let it be. Right, right here we have an actual signal to go along. It's a captain setup long, right? We know what that signal looks like. So the expectation is to see that push right at the open. Poppy, good morning. All right. So that's that. ES, on the other hand, um, you had a one candle reverse. Well, let's look at it. We had one candle reversal on the 50. You have a harmony zone number 1 and 2. Zone number 1 is resistance at 101 half by 104 half. We're trading slightly above it. Zone number 2 is 107 by 110. I mean, as long as that 110 doesn't show up, we can start looking at 89 as a target. Here we go. All right, good luck everybody. And we're getting that push, right? We're getting that push. And that captain setup long is actually producing. Good morning, good morning. So above 110, we're heading toward that 125. So from the perspective of levels, this captain setup long is gonna be a pivot point. Globex is gonna be a pivot point for the remainder of the day. As long as we continue to trade above those two levels, that 125 is coming up and potentially higher prices. So just keep an eye on the 90 to the 75 level. That's going to be a big support. Here we go. So 125 is hit. Now, harmony zone number 1 and 2 shifted. The support is at 100 by 90. Second support is 75 by 65. The next target is 150. Pullbacks are buyable. Just the concern here is we're at the top end of the Globex band, and they tend to fade that type of behavior. See right here, they're putting a captain setup short. So the expectation is to see a reversion to the mean to 113. So the expectation is to see that right now. If, and if. Okay, I didn't do it. If they test this, okay. If they test this and turn it back into 127.75, I'm gonna take a short. Nope. Okay. So they put that captain setup. I mean, that's just short, and took it one candle and they ran it up. Okay. So the 200 and the 100 are in sync on the long side with a target of 150. There's no time frame, Poppy. That's just Rinko bars and Ninja Rinko, and it doesn't factor time at all. It factors movement. Right now, this first half an hour, I need to be just reading the market and seeing if I'm reading it accurately. DJ Mike, good morning. How are you, buddy? Oh yeah, thank you. Keep. I need to get my programmer to make that as a default. You made it up? What do you mean you made it up? Oh, you're a busy man. DJing is not an easy job, man. You gotta be up there till 2 o'clock in the morning, or here you go, 3 o'clock. All right, guys. So let's just keep reading this market. So it's a typical behavior when the first touch of this top end of the Globex band, they'll run it up there and bring it back in and try to shake people in and around this 125 area. So what I'm going to be looking at right now the market is in sync on the long side. The pullbacks are buyable as long as we continue to trade above 18,100. That doesn't mean that this structure here would not drop quick and you have a captain set up short on ES on the 6NT wrinkle right now. So you're going to get a pullback here. The question is to what extent? Because if ES start dropping below 108, you're going to get a little bit of a deeper pullback. That's interesting how there's a disconnect between those two things right now. Yeah. Thank you. Oh my God. I was in the wrong account. Holy crap. Give me a second. I went short on that trade and I just realized I have it in. Give me a second. Let me get there. Here we go. Yeah, let's go back. Here we go. All right, let me see if I can post an order. Make sure my orders are going in the right place. Okay, that's good. Canceling that order. So we're getting that pullback. This is expected. The 200 and the 100 are in sync on the long side, but you don't want to see a drop below 18,100, right? So what we're seeing right now is we're seeing that consolidation around that 125. They dropped under it. They're dropping, they're going above it. They're spending time churning people around that range, which is a typical behavior once you get to this Globex band. And the Globex band is pretty much this purple area right here. You see this type of behavior up here. And we're going to spend some time here, by the way, just oscillating and building stops before the next move. The target for this rotation is 150. We had ES break that 108, which is really good. That lent itself to that push lower, and now this bounce, which is really very narrow bounce on ES, led to a big move on NQ, relatively speaking. So what does that mean? That means that NQ is a lot stronger than ES. There's a lot more demand in NQ than ES. $18,100, we need to protect that. Any pullback needs to hold up with a higher low between 105 and 120. And I don't necessarily want to see 113 half either. And it looks like we're going to hit 113 half. Yeah. So that gives the market a weaker tone just by them doing that right now. We got some news at the top of the hour, so let's just take a look. At the top of the hour, we have ISM manufacturing PMI, revised consumer sentiment, and manufacturing prices, construction spending, UOM inflation expectations. Then we have at 9:15 FOMC member Waller speaks. So top of the hour and on the 15 we got some important. All right. If we break back up to 133, I'm going to start looking for any pullback as a buying opportunity. And the fact that we got there that quickly just tells you there's a lot of demand in this area. Yeah. Remember, the target is 150, right? That's the target. Let's see if we can find an entry here. Switch trade on the 70. Things are lining itself up to the upside. 150 is the target. All right, make sure you hit the like button, and appreciate you guys spending your Friday with us. Let's make this a successful day. We're gonna make good decisions today. Okay, we're getting a pullback. All right, let's see. Looking for an entry. Yeah, I don't want to see that really. Be honest with you. I mean, unless they break 140 right now, back up, this is gonna pull back again to retest the 125. Yeah, it's choppy so far. So our target is 150, but we're recognizing this zone to be one where there's a lot of rotations to build stops, especially this early on. 8:45, we got 15 minutes to some news. So I'm gonna be very, very selective and be patient and most likely just wait to the news. So this way we can get out of this zone right here. I mean, the best thing that could happen here is just a quick scalp for 5-10 points. Really not much else is going on here. And they'll run it up, 10, 15, 20 points and bring it back in to retest at 125. So that's the balance area for this market right now. Yeah, that's about all it's given right now. Now, one idea that would be of great importance: 109, 109. The market really needs to stay above 109. The reason why is if we break the 109, we will generate a sell signal on the 70 NT Rinko, and that will lend itself to a break below 100 and potentially 90. So 109 is very important for us right now. So we're recognizing different levels that the market needs to protect in order for the long to continue. Like, you see how close we got twice. We 144, the 150 is our target, and we keep getting faded. That, and ES is weak in relation to NQ. I'd rather be long NQ and short ES. Yeah, I mean, if they break that one, here we go. They got there. Wow. Yeah, that's no good. That's just gonna put multiple rotations on the downside, and some selling pressure is coming in. So I'm gonna be looking for rallies to, scalp short. The momentum right now is gonna pick up some steam on the sell side due to this behavior. Yeah. Now we're retesting Harmony Zone number one for the first time, so we're gonna get a reaction to the upside, right? So the 109 into this area, and we're gonna get a reaction to the upside. First touch of this support, but the market is out of sync. See, the 100 NT Rinko is not in alignment with the 200. So now we were getting a two-sided market. We had a short signal generated on the 70 NT Rinko, and that is that chart right here. Okay, so that's the 109 half. So as long as we continue to trade under the 145, and if this holds, then we maybe end up in a rotation that could take us to 60s and 40s and reverse that whole pattern of buyers that were trying to assert themselves. So our target is 150, but that target is like hitting a wall right now. We're hitting a wall. I wouldn't put it past them going to 125 again. We still have about 11 minutes. All right. All right. So they bounce it right back up. Okay. Okay. They're playing games on this Friday. Market's going nowhere. If you're looking at ES, you're seeing this following pattern. This is a captain setup short. This is a second captain setup short. Then they're putting a switch trade right here. So if this thing kind of comes back in to 103 and closes, then we're gonna flush under 101.50 into the 100 and potentially break it into 96. Okay, if that happens, that has to affect NQ in a serious way. Even though NQ is stronger, but we have that 70 NT Rinko captain setup short signal. So if we can get ES to start cooperating and start coming back down to 103, then that rotation will start. That idea will start working in that direction. Right now, the best thing for me is to just continue to read the market and wait for the news in 7 minutes. If that scenario that we were talking about materializes, then I may see myself in a trade. I'm gonna have to get in here. Are they gonna get me? Yeah, they are gonna get me. All right, that's fine. I'll take that stop. Here comes that 103 again. I need to get back in short. Okay. Took that one. For a profit. I think from 107 from 750 to 10, and I need to get back in on the short side. So I took one stop. I have to take my stops. I'm not gonna screw around here. And just to find out that it's gonna turn back in, and I took it back again for a profit. And we have 3 captains set up short on ES as long as we continue to trade above 105.50, 107.50. You know, that range here between 5 and 7.5 is going to be a big time congested area, and a lot of pressure on ES to sell off in that zone. And if that's the case, it's going to put some pressure on NQ. I still don't like the general choppiness of it around 125, and we recognize that level as just a balance area for the market. They keep coming back to it and oscillating. I may just wait for the market to get out of this zone altogether before I get back in anything. Count. All right, so let's see where we at. $29. Here we go. What's the? Oh, today's not 29. It's the first. March 1st. A new month. Let's go. So these are the 2 trades that we took. We took that initial stop. We came in with another short and ended up cumulative 21 after commission. 21.64 after commission. So we're flat basically for the day. And let's just look for the next one. And here we go. That's the $21 right there. And we're equity high. All right, let's just keep working. Yep. Oh, good morning, Adam. How are you, buddy? Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking we're coming up on some important news. We got 1 minute right here. The market is going to go crazy here in a second. That captain setup on the 70 NT Rinko is getting retested right now. As long as we trade under that 45, 44, 45, you know, the pressure can remain on this market. Ultimately, from a swing trade perspective, the target is 150. It remained 150, haven't changed. It's just we got a pocket of sellers and that has a lot of backing behind it, so to speak. And I was testing that behavior. So we got 1 minute, less than 1 minute. I mean, if they break above 32, they're going to run this thing up. But it's all going to depend on the news. Yeah, here we go. Boom. Oh boy. Yeah, try to get short in that, huh? Yeah, that switch trade right there was. I was like, man, if they close that candle, they're gonna run it up into the news. I didn't. I didn't realize how quickly that was gonna happen. Yeah. Remember at 9:15 we got Waller speaks as well. Market is out of sync again. So now we hit our target, right? We hit the 150 target. The next target is 200, 18,200. And the market needs to protect the 125 again. You know, you're hearing this 125, 125. It's just it's a level that demonstrated itself to be relevant. Okay, the market is out of sync. So the 200 and 100 are out of sync, which means that you're going to get pockets of sellers and pocket of buyers fighting. It's a fast market, so I'm going to just let it settle down a little bit before we start jumping back in. Oh, and the 30 and Tirinko, they have a 6 prong captain set up long. Okay, that's going to be an important area. If they break that 35, which they just did. Okay. So some pressure is coming into the system. We're in the middle of the range. Well, actually, we're not in the middle of the range on the 100 and the 200, but other charts we are. Okay. The swing target is 200, 18,200. So far, you know, who's getting trapped? So far, it's the shorts. Captain set up long on ES. We don't want to break 107. Oh yeah, they broke it. That's quick behavior on ES, by the way. Yeah, we're back to that 125. That is the 125. A high, lower high, and a break to 125. Most likely they're going to try to bounce it here a little bit. I mean, ultimately, couple of wow, 100, yeah, 200 to 100, yeah. So if we just gonna reload these charts a little bit. Target is 200. We have harmony zone number 1 at 50 by 40. Zone 2 is 25 by 15. As long as we continue to trade above 125, the market has the potential of getting to target number, or to the swing trade target of 200. That's actually the next target in this rotation. Just bear with me, I'm reloading my charts here. What price do you guys see right now? $150? Okay. I mean, look, they came to that 125 to the tick pretty much and bounced it right back up. That just keeps reminding us of that price being critical. So the shorts are really trying hard to kind of keep the market down, but I'm seeing this bid be becoming very persistent. And that 150, oh, I mean, excuse me, the 200, 18,200 coming up here. Now the 200 and the 100 are in sync, meaning that the market is directional and in harmony. So we're getting a rotation. Our target is 200. Learn that. Hey, you want to trade? Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Okay, so two, 200, the target of 200 coming up. Market directional long. Target is 200. Pullbacks are buyable against harmony zone number 1, which is 150 by 140. Yeah, Waller speaks is in 4 minutes. Yes, and actually that is like an orange folder. So we may need to watch out for that news. Okay. $80, $82. Yeah. Let's see. Let's see that push. 86. 88. Yeah, they're trying. They're trying. I mean, that was I mean, we're within channel number 1, and they reversed it right here at 77. So we had another rotation to the upside. Our target is 200. I'm waiting for this Waller speaks. I want to see if there's any reaction to it. And I think after that we don't have any news, so the market will stabilize a little bit better. But it's really kind of moving according to the script, and 200 is in the docket. I mean, we're heading that way, and that is that target right here at 200. Here we come to the 200. ES flipped and made a switch trade and actually retested it. So now we're on our target of 51.20 is coming up. Okay, so here we go again. You know, you see this kind of nonsense. We've seen this a million times where they come up to a big level and they fade it, and that ends up being retraced. Like, okay, this is good. We need to break 195. If they don't do that, then we're gonna retrace all the way to 70. Yeah, whenever we get that close, you really need to kind of head there and hit it. Otherwise, we're gonna, you know, we're gonna start playing games here ahead of that level. Yeah. Here you go. They're buying the dips here, which is good. We need that 200 to show up. If if they break down right now, which they just about to, they close this candle lower. Come on. Just gonna flatten that trade. This has the potential of running to the 70, guys. I'm just gonna take the flat here. I mean, they're fading against the major number. So there's a pocket right here that's going to extend itself to 70. You know, here we go. I flatted that trade, but I could see it working. Why? Then the question is why did I get out of it? It's paused there, and it paused at the harmony wave, and you know, I just didn't want to take the risk. I mean, all my risk was 6 points anyway, right? But in that spot, the target was 70. Here we go, target 70. Okay, and had a risk of 6 points, and the market was fading. And actually, this is a formation short against a major level. So if there's any way for me to fade, this is the spot. But that's fine. I mean, I can flatten some trades. I can, you know, take stops on some, but I'll eventually catch them. I'll eventually catch them. So that's that trade. 25, so we're at 47, 46. One solid trade and we'll be done. So they really need to come back and go above 185. If they start dropping below this channel, then structurally they have one more chance around the 60 to come back in. Other, Otherwise, we're going to retest harmony zone number 1, which is 50 to 40. Yeah, safe. I mean, I really liked it up there with that type of structure. Took a shot at it, made a little bit, had a lot more to offer. They put on a switch trade like they just did right here. We have a, let's see here. Yeah, yeah, it's gonna sell off. Okay, it's gonna sell. Question to what degree? They have 160. They have the 165, 160 range that they need to protect. But if they keep doing what they just did right here, that whole structure is gonna collapse. So there's technical damage that's going on in this market at this level. We got very close to the major target, and the market is getting faded, and now they're gonna go through this cycle of the two pocket. Actually, it's not even yet a two pocket market or two sided market. It's still a long market, but we can tell that they're walking it down, and you break anything under the 150, it's going to be a two-sided market, right? Anybody's having issues with Apex? We're reporting some outages. All right, that 160, 65, 60 held. That was an important behavior. Okay. So you got to protect the 65 again on any pullback. The target remains the 200, and we'll reevaluate this long if we break anything under 135. And so far, the market has demonstrated a specific characteristic, which is to trap. To trap whom? It's trapping the anybody who is short. If they did not structure themselves accurately, like that entry here that we had at 84 had a stop literally of 6 points, right up in that 92 level. But if you're still short in that rotation and the market runs up to 200, then they're trapping you again. They've done that here and ran it up. So that's twice, and that's 3 times. So they trapped the shorts 3 times, 3 major times. So that's a personality that they're exhibiting right now. Okay, so if they do this, which is close this candle lower, it's literally mimicking that behavior before. So that's a mimic trade, and we're gonna sell off into the 70 and retest the 65, and they have to reassert themselves there. The stop to that rotation is 85.50. So if they hit 85.50, then they're negating that mimic that they just did, or that symmetry that they did. Yeah, well. So like right here, they're trying to do the same exact thing right here. And you have a stop at 90 and you have another stop at 85. And I'm going to leave it alone. We have a big level at 62. If we break 60, basically 65 into 62, you're really generating a captain setup short on the 70. And that would be the second time that we do that today. Yes, yes, yes. That's what they're doing. You can't trade Apex. Anybody else having that problem? We have a captain set up short on 200 on the 70 NT Renko. Okay, well, I mean, I gotta watch out because I'm copying my trades today. I gotta reduce that copy here. 92, 21. Man, look at that. I'm not having problems with NT, be honest with you. All right, let's get a rally here. Let's get a rally going on here. Let's get a rally so we could get short. But you guys, you see the logic. You see the symmetry in the market. You see how they're repeating themselves at a certain level with a lower high against that big 200. There's a lot of distribution against that whole number. You know, every time they come up to it, they just get faded. I mean that 62 was a good one. That trade up there was really actually a very decent one. I elected to leave it alone and wait for the 62 to show up. Now I'm gonna start looking for, like right now we're at support, harmony zone number one. We're gonna get a bounce off of it. I want to see if that bounce into the 65 to the 70, how well they sell it. I mean, are they gonna get up there, then produce a one candle reversal? If they do that, then I'll become a participant. Yeah, we're gonna run up here a little bit. Let's see how far. Now, when we're looking at 200 and 100, they're out of sync, which lends itself to a two-sided market where the shorts will have a leg and the longs will have a leg, and they're gonna fight it off. So this is a non-directional market. In non-directional markets, scalping is a better approach than trying to trend trade. That's interesting that they just did this. I mean that can lend itself to a push to the 50-45. I'm not gonna take it. We're just too close to a support area for me to go short right here. I need a little bit of distance. I need a little bit of a push. So this way I have better risk reward. I mean, it still may work. It just the risk reward is not the best here. Okay, Saeed. Are you flat? The day is not over yet, Matthew. We got plenty of time. It can't be that significant, like, money wise. We're still playing the game, so 9:37. We got plenty of time. Wait for my calls. I think I'm reading the market well today. So the break above 75 would be important to the continuation of the upward momentum. The break below 45 will get us in a mode where the market will pick up momentum on the short side. A break here below 57 will start the process. We have a 54 captain set up short on the 30 NT Rinko. So things are getting congested up at the higher levels, and you're seeing some rotations. Like we saw two rotations, one here, we took advantage of it for a small. Second one, they mimicked what they did before and reacted well to it. Now they went from that distribution level to the support level, which is harmony zone number 1, which is the 50 to the 40 area, and now they're just spending time rotating between both of them. It's designed to, build up stops here. So you got stops above 75, you got stops above 90, you got stops below 145. Good morning, Shingo. How are you? Question is, what am I waiting on? If you're gonna wait, you gotta wait for a reason. I want to see 145. If I see 145, then rallies become shortable. I want to see also the 180, 185 and a pullback. Like, okay, so let's take a look at this. All right, so we saw this captain set up short right here. They moved about a candle and a half in the direction of it. I think we had a couple of trades in that rotation. Now we have another captain set up short in this rotation, and we have that one candle reversal. So now this is the critical level. And that would be a huge signal if it happens. If this price structure breaks back down to that 45, what you have here is a captain setup switch trade, and that is a significant sell signal. And the rotation can take you to 100 and down all the way to the low of the day based on that structure. So if this price action gets to the 45, then that type of trade can start working, and the stop for it is the 70 half, and then you got another stop at 79, then that high of 97. And that all depends on how you manage your entry, and if you're adding, and where you stop, and how much are you willing to take. But these are based on a 45 close, and any rally that they do after that, your stops are 70, 79, and 97. And we're looking for 20, 100, 18,050, then a break below that could take us all the way down to 18,000. So it all depends on this current candle closing at 45. So if that happens, I'm going to start operating on the short side. I'm not going to take a big stop. I'm going to scalp it initially, build up my day a little bit more, and then start looking for, for bigger moves. But if this current candle closes higher, then that whole idea takes a pause. It's not going to... And it looks like here we go. So that switch trade didn't happen. So that idea is null and void for now. But it would have been wonderful if it did happen, because that would be a very clear signal for me. We're back to being in sync on the long side. And the target of 200 is back in play. Pullbacks are buyable against the 60 and the 45. Yeah, Adam, be conscious. Stuff like that can frazzle a trader. not being able to access, and just kind of make sure you're aware of your own emotional state. I know you look at that. I get frustrated if I can't access, and when I jump back into my system working back again, I tend to start trading just to trade. So just be careful. I mean, hold on. 322. I know. I understand that. Hey, stop trader. One stop trader morning. Good morning, buddy. Okay, that's good. That's good. So right here, like literally right. 71 is an entry with a stop under 65. 1, 2, 3. No, I get it. I get it, but yeah, that would be nice, Omer. Yeah, they're struggling here. I expected a little bit more of a push. We may end up getting it, but the 171 is, they're trying to hold it here, which is a natural area for them to try to pause. Now, if we close above 80, that will set the stage for a run up. And it looks like that's what they're doing. Yep. And let's see if I can find an entry. Like, one of the things I don't want to see this candle dip to like 74. Like right here, the market should simply start going higher, and a push to 74 will reverse it. Yep. Thank you. See, I'm not interested now. I mean, they have to reverse it back up to 80, and that would be a captain setup long. I'll play. Yeah, break back up to 80. I mean, we're hitting we're hitting the distribution aspect of this market right now. These high levels, the 90s and we need a push and a quick. I'll take a small scalp. I'm just building my day, but it's just most likely gonna go. And I'm gonna look at this and say, hey, I should have held on. But that's fine. I'm just building my day here. That's a captain setup long, and that's a good spot for them to have it and pull back, still buyable, and this has the potential of getting to 200. Yeah. Boom. Let's go. I'm taking the scalping version of a lot of things today, which is fine. I know you're up 20 points. So you probably got in at around the 71. I like the 71. Um, then they put that one candle reversal and all that business. But good job, Omer. Good job, Adam. We understood what they're doing here clearly. Yeah, I made myself. What did I make? I made like a couple of points. That's a little bit silly, to be honest with you, but that's fine. I, like I said, I'm gonna look back and say, "Oh, I should have held on." Whatever. Here comes the 200. Boom, 200. All right. So I'm making good decisions. I'm understanding the market, all that good stuff. I'm just not holding on to these trades long enough, which is fine. I mean, maybe just my mindset today is make money and just leave, whatever it is. But we're at 98 after commission. We had that one stop and 3 winners in a row. That one, every single one of them actually moved significantly. That 15, 20, 30 points after that. So it's okay. Just gonna have to accept that that's how I'm seeing the market right now. And like a friend of mine said, nobody goes broke taking profits. Nobody goes broke taking profits. And that's this one right here. So that's the $98 that we're so proud of. And we are at equity high. Consistent. Right, let's keep working. Shake it off. Slap yourself. Let's go. I'm gonna rob somebody today. So how do I get to the equity chart? What do you mean? Like physically on your Ninja Trader? Yeah. That's how I think about it, DJ. Just go to your new and go to your trade performance. So on your control panel, go to new, go to new, go to your trade performance, click on that. Then you're going to get the trade performance. And from there, in the display drop down menu, click analysis. Put your range, click generate on your top right hand corner. And that's how you're going to get it. $10. Hey, Omer, how did you do on that trade, by the way? Yeah, thank you, Brad. Appreciate it, buddy. Oh, you were out of 200? Good for you. So you must have made, oh, that's at least 20 points, bro. That's good. Yeah, good job, Brad. Yeah, stuff like that adds up. All right, guys, make sure you hit the like button. Hopefully, this stream is helping you make better decisions. The day is young. Let's keep going. Yeah, take care, Matthews. Good job, buddy, this week. You did good. Keep it up. How do how do we determine which account to trade versus real money, PA, and evaluations? What do you mean? No, I don't. No, I don't. Okay, so here we go. I mean, I know it's not because I mean, obviously you've seen I made up $100 today, right? So far, I took two of them in my PAs, and I took one in my evals. And do you know how I selected them? Randomly. I just literally, you know, clicked my personal account and selected randomly two PAs and one evals, not knowing what the balances are in any of them. And the purpose of that is for me to confuse me and not to be attached to a balance on any of them. So this way I don't introduce emotions to my game. If I put all my accounts across the board, the odds are you're gonna start becoming emotional with your trading. That's exactly what I do. I mix them up. No, no, no. That has to be a rumor. Think about it, Adam. Think about it for a second. We're about to hit the next target while we're sitting here joking, but it's 225. 225 is the next target. We're about to hit that target. The rumor is Apex doesn't allow DCA, dollar cost averaging, into a losing position. They allow it just fine. Most people are very successful doing that one. That's how people lose money. And you do it in evaluations, you're gonna get reset, and if you do it in a PA, you're gonna blow the account most likely. I mean, some people are more effective at it than others, but how does Apex define a losing trade? Because just about any initial position that you have, most likely you're going to be slightly underwater, and if you add to it, that's almost like you're adding to a losing trade. How do they determine that? They don't have capacity to. And maybe what they do I mean, that's just a speculation on my part, is if you have a drawdown significant to your overall position, then they may kind of put halts to that. But you have 25, okay, 50 grand account, you have $2,500. They're not sitting in the middle of that $2,500 and stopping you from trading because you dollar cost average into a trade that's ultimately going to blow your account. So that rumor, I can with 100% accuracy tell you it's bullshit. Next target is 250. I mean that. I mean now the market is just now momentum. They're taking out the high. They took out the 200. It's just it's a run up here. Pullbacks are buyable. ES has a target of 51.3275, right? $75. We have Harmony Zone number 1 on ES, which is 20 by 17 as a support, and second support is 114 by 111. In NQ, we have a target of 250, and we have Harmony Zone number 1 at 200 now. So that resistance became support. So we got 200 by 190, and the second one is 175 by 165. And we'll reevaluate the longs if we break anything under 185. Yeah, Ed, I can't argue with this market, man. We were long. I was long at 180. Made few points. I was happy. You look where it's at now. It's running, gone. Next target, 250. Noob. I'm going on an evaluation for 300K on Apex. Is $400 enough to take profits? I mean, enough for what? If you're connecting with the market, keep trading. Never cap your profits. Cap your stops and losses. That's the whole game, Mike, DJ. That's a whole damn game right there. It's the art and the science of managing risk. Here you go. Here we go. Well, to pass on a 300, you need, I mean, your risk is 7,500, right? You're 7,500, and you got to make 20 grand. So you kind of divide it. In 20 days, trading days, you need to make a grand a day in order to pass it in a month, if you want to think about it in that term. So if you say, is $400 enough, and you get to it and you stop, then you're going to pass it in two months. And we're talking averages, right? We're not talking, because some days you're going to make money, some days you're not. But in average, 400. Okay. So what has to happen is not to think like that. It's to think in terms of, are you connecting with the market? And if you are connecting with the market, on that day, you need to trade more and more and more and make as much money as you can. Okay? And in evaluations, in eval accounts, don't worry about the 30% rule. They're not going to really pay attention to it. Once you go into a PA, that may be a factor if you have a pattern of getting too heavy. Okay? But so if you're connecting with the market, don't stop yourself at 400. Keep going. Good job. Good job, DJ. Good job, man. I like it. Yeah, I mean, 25. I mean, if you don't mind me, I'll share this. I mean, the good work. You don't think that the key is consistency, really. But that's fairly consistent. You're all the way up to here. Your evaluation's 20 deep. I mean, you're already past them, I think. You got there. Even your personal account is really looking healthy. Mm-hmm. See what they did right here? Does that remind you of anything? You see what they did here? You see what they did here? It's the same exact signal. So that signal in today's market is effective, or in today on Friday, it's fairly an effective behavior where they run it, pull back two candles, run it one more time, and then fade it with a switch trade. And that block of price action is basically capping this structure, and you're getting a reversion to the mean, or sometimes a bigger move. Like that one was a bigger move. Even this one was a decent move. And they're just repeating themselves over and over and over. This one was a reversion to the mean and you get a bounce. So if you hold this line here, 228, you get another run. So just keep an eye on that type of pattern, because the market tends to repeat itself. I see. Thank you for sharing that email, Brad. those customer service reps, with all due respect, sometimes they don't know what they're talking about. I mean, you're getting. I understand what they're trying to say here, but I've seen people blow up accounts doing that exact same thing, and nobody stopped them any time in the middle of them doing it. So when a rep at Apex is saying we don't allow DCA in a PA if the trade is going against them, well, I can give you 100 examples from hundreds of traders that I talked to and seen their blotters and all that good stuff, that nobody stopped nobody in the process of doing that. So but it's interesting. I mean, I'm glad there is actually an email. If you don't mind, I can share it with everybody. But that's what that email is saying. It's a communication with Apex Trader Funding, talking about DCA, dollar cost averaging, allowing it in evaluation, but not allowing it in a PA if the position is going against you. I mean, here's giving you advice. Oh, it's not good for you. Okay, well, the question is not is it good for you or not. The question is there a process that Apex follow to prevent people from DCA into an account, right? But that's the email communication Brad uh, provided, and thank you very much for showing us something that we may need to be talking about. It, consistency. I mean, if they want to make it harder for people, I mean, I understand that part as well, because that means that when the position is going against you, you're simply just averaging into a position till it becomes profitable, and you know, but their consistency, um, they have a 30%. You cannot make more than 30% in a day, right? So that's part of their consistency rule. You're saying that Apex has, if you're making all your money off a DCA, while blowing up some accounts and not making some accounts, they may raise a flag to you about it. Okay, well, that's a new one. I mean, is there anything in on the website that says, "Hey, if you dollar cost average and you end up getting to a payout, we will not pay you"? That would be the threshold. When an agent is simply talking about we allow it, we don't allow it, we look at it, we don't look at it. That's I mean that's I guess it's very subject to their own interpretation. I guess they will look at each account once they're requesting a payout and say, okay, what happened here? Yeah, it may be just a line item for them to look at when they're in the process of granting you approval for a payout, saying, okay, this guy. But be honest with you, I mean, I got paid out a couple of times on accounts where I DCA'd micro into a range just about every trade. And sometimes I took a drawdown, you know, and I didn't have any problem with them approving that account. So, thinking back, that's, I think the answer to that question is just once we get to the point, well, once the trader is requesting that payout, then yeah, Adam, and I'm seeing your notes. You're right. No, it's not. Be honest with you. I mean, like, okay, I'm getting through all this since the beginning of the year. I made a decision to do two things. The first one is to cut down on the big swing trades that I used to do, which basically seeing something on a 100 NT Rinko or a 70 NT Rinko or a 200 NT Rinko, and then put on a trade and have a 20, 30, sometimes 50 point stop and add in a range toward a bigger target. That's one decision I made this year to back off from. Okay? And just hyper focused on, okay, I have my personal account, two of them, and I have all of this PAs and evaluation accounts. I need to be more of in a scalper mode. So just kind of go for the 5, 10, 20 points and be very, very good at just capturing that. And even if I see a big signal from a 200 or 100 or something that I know it will pay 50, 75, 100 points, I'm going to just simply scalp into it and try to avoid DCAing in it, because it will pay when it works, but when it doesn't, I'm going to be down 5 grand or more. 5 contracts, 50 points, 10 contracts, 50 points, you're looking 5 to 10 grand. So those trades, I can personally just take them in my personal account, but they're not appropriate if you're trying to trade in a PA. It just, so and that led to a lot of this consistency, because my average loss went down, my average time in a losing trade went down, and my average win went up, and the time in a winning trade went up. Now the ticket to it is you start small and you add into the winner. And that makes a huge difference, because when I, even at a limited level, when I do it, I become in 1-to-1, from 1-to-1 winning to losing, meaning if I make $100, I'm losing $100. Now when I'm adding to the winner, it's becoming 2-to-1, 3-to-1 or higher, just by adding to a winner. And when the trade goes against me, I'm losing 6 points on one contract. So the math adds up that way. But over time, with most systems, DCAing intraday is how literally people blow up accounts all day long, because it may work 80% of the time. It may even work out 90% of the time. And the trader will have swings of profits and he feels very good and he thinks he has a winner. But the one time when the market really trends and he's DCAing in it, typically that trader will just keep DCAing in that position, end up blowing up the whole account. So I think the behavior that needs to change is, instead of DCAing in a range, test the market with one contract, and when you stick the trade, add to it as it moves in your direction. And for intraday traders, that approach is a lot more sustainable with less equity volatility than a trader that's constantly DCAing. And if you want to do DCA on an effective way, just think about it. If you get into a trade and it immediately works, do you add to that trade? Do you DCA in the direction of a winner, or you only DCA when the market is going against you? Because the math of that is flawed. Because that means that you're always oversized on your losers and undersized on your winners. So consistency. I found, to be honest with you, a better approach is probe the market, get to a spot where the market is reacting well to you, and add in it as it goes. And as you add, you're adding and profiting, you're adding and covering, adding, just constantly doing that. So this way, even if the market stops in reverse, you already made some money, and your break even is just basically, you're you already made your money basically. Okay? So the math has to add up. I'm not saying some people don't do DCA very well, but the majority of traders just don't. Yeah, that's exactly right, Mike. You really have to have. So you could DCA with a dollar amount that you cannot lose more. Like you cannot lose $500 on that trade. So you could DCA whatever the heck you want. Once you get to not $500, that trade is cut off automatically. That makes your probability better in a DCA approach. But at the same time, if the trade is working in your favor, you need to factor in the same size in the winning side, because you cannot, in average, be more sized up on your loser on the trade that doesn't make it versus the ones that make it. Like I cannot be in average in 3 contracts and get stopped out for 500, but only, averaged 1 contract in a winner. That math will always catch up with the trader. I'm reading everybody's notes here. You guys are very active talking, so I'm reading through it. Yeah, that doesn't mean there's no action beast mode this year. It's it's I want to be beast mode in the direction of a winning trade that I'm pocketing money in. I know. It's, Safe knows. He've seen some of the DCAs that we went through. Good lord. So I'm not talking out of no experience. I'm talking about a lot of experience with DCA. You it has you have to have a bigger account first, and you have to have an actual dollar amount that you cannot go over in any DCA. And you have to be aggressive when it's moving in your direction. Those are the pillars of a proper DCA. Harmony zone number 1 and 2 are your best friends whenever you're DCAing, because they're going to protect your position if you're going in a long or a short. Having them behind you protecting your position, and they're going to provide you with a lot of spots where you could add to an actual entry. Oh yeah, I remember those days. Safe. I'm not talking about you, Adam. Trust me, we all have went through these type of experiences where you're adding to a trade. You're just yeah. DJ. I mean, you get into that's the probe idea. You get into one contract, two contract trades. You're probing a level. The level checks and the trades start to pay you, and you have a big target ahead of you. Start adding and adding and adding in that winner. Add and profit, add and profit, add and profit. The math of that works a lot better than if you're testing a level and it goes against you and you add and you add and you add. It may work, but the times it doesn't work, it's poof, all of your accounts are gone. Reverse engineer yourself. That's right. Yeah, I haven't seen anybody, enforcing that rule. It's going to be very hard for them. They'll piss off a lot of people. I mean, they have everybody on sim anyway. So, I don't think that's something we have to worry about. Take care, Brad. Good job, buddy. Yeah, I mean, I safe. I lost all my hair for a reason, right? That's what I'm doing, DJ. I'm 6 point stops. You've seen them. They work, but they cannot be 6 point stop anywhere. They have to be very precise entries for a reason. So this way, you're not just running into the noise and putting an arbitrary stop values, thinking 6 points is going to hold. It doesn't work that way. You could literally just lose all your account taking a 6 point stop. It just has to be very, very precise. So like this captain setup right here. I mean, I had a 6 point stop right there. If it breaks that level, it's going to go down, and that will fail that captain. Same thing on these switch trades. So it has to be very specific signal that has statistical probability. Then a 6 point stop makes sense. I'm wondering if Apex made a distribution of $100 million to traders, and that's what is on the website. How much money did they make to afford paying 100 million? Would you make a billion? Like, how much money did they make? Does any? I mean, obviously nobody knows. That's private information. But good lord. Yeah, safe. I had plenty of those crazy ass trades. I'm trying to live through this business a little bit longer, so taking a $50,000 drawdown is not uh, stuff. Yeah, you have to have a short-term memory, safe. Yeah, they're saying 100 million that they pay. I mean, I don't know. I'm gonna have to take them for their word. I have to take Apex for their word. They've been an out, they've been truthful company so far. Well, they have to, Gregory. They have to make more than 100 million. That's for sure. There's a list. There's a list out there. I'm gonna find a way to get it where you could see the top payouts on Apex, like who got paid that month, how much money, and all that stuff. Yeah, where on the website though? They copy my trades. I guarantee you that the traders that they copy have a low volatility index in their. I mean, there's a volatility index for traders, meaning how from your peak to your drawdown, what is your average, and they have a percentage saying, okay, if you're within that range, you're a good trader to copy, and if you have a wide peak to drop, to then that means that you have too much volatility in your process, and it's not a good trader to copy. Yeah, Gregory, I saw that interview. Nutty Trader has the list. Okay. Alpine Trader has it too. Nutty Trader, Nutty Bar, Nutty. The names traders come up with is crazy. So taking a look at the market right now, what do we see? What our target on Nasdaq is 250, right? We have support level at 200 to 190, and second support is 175 or 165. Pull back to the 185 will put a pause on longs from a swing trade perspective, and we're looking for pullbacks as a buying opportunity. There's a bit of distribution going on in this market at these levels between the 30 to the 40. It's too obvious. I mean, it's every time they hit it, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 times, they keep coming back in. Um, I want to see a little bit more price action before I start looking at a fade here, because ultimately what the market is doing is they're pulling back and they're buying it. They have not shown a pattern or a behavior where they're selling it. When they buy it, they fail. Because when that personality shows up, then the market is ready for a short that's sustainable, that will stick. Right now, the current personality of price is trap. Trap the shorts, run up. Run it down, make it look like the market is about to really reverse, then run it back up. That is the current personality of the market. And we identified 3 moves earlier where the market did exactly just that. So I would say be very careful, because the tendency of a lot of us right here say, oh, this is overextended, and end up getting caught up in another wave of buying. So in order for me to really kind of start to look at the market from that perspective of a short, at least break 200, at least break 185, then run up and show me a weak rally. Otherwise, I am in the category of the people who are getting trapped, because they've done it 4 times already to people. So AKU, I used to manage a trading firm back in the day, and it was a prop trading firm. So we were trading mainly stocks, and we were not a hedge fund, but a prop firm. So we had leverage capital from New York, and we were just basically distributing it to a lot of traders. I was one of them, and I was managing the risk control. I was the Series 24, which mean the manager of the firm, and I was the lead trader. And that's a long time ago. And what we had even then is a software that will look at everybody, and it will look at their positions, and then we will put them in a category. If they hit that level, automatically pause their trading and sell their positions automatically for them. And if they are within this zone, we keep them operating. And if they get to that zone, then we'll start, basically exiting their position. Okay, and we used to see through that software their equity high, equity low, and the average trade and its size. So it's part of the back office of managing an actual firm. So that's the same type of software that Apex has, but more sophisticated. And we could copy even then, and I'm talking then in 2002. That's when I was doing that. We could copy traders, but and we did it very in a limited way, but because we had some really successful traders at that time, we one of the criteria that we had, we were looking at their equity high, equity low, their average position, their average stay in a trade, and uh, are they adding in a position when it's moving in their direction versus DCA, and all these criteria is defined for us if that's a trader that we want to copy or not. I'm sure Apex has a lot more sophisticated software, and their criteria is, be honest with you, that criteria makes the difference between a Lulu and an Apex. Because the firms that are very, very successful in this funding business, they have to manage risk very well. Anyway, so let's just get back to business here. So we're getting a push to that high. The target is 250. Well, I mean, if they end up copying the wrong trader, Adam, and that trader had a bad day, a really bad day, so they lose money. So they have to make money in form of fees, percentage from winning traders, and from copying traders. So they have to win in every category in order for them to sustain this business. That could be true. That could be absolutely true. They're simply not even copying anybody. How would I know? How would you know? You don't. The model works without copying anybody. 250 is coming up. Yeah, we're chatty this Friday. All right, talking away. But that's a good conversation to have, though. DCA, how to DCA. Should you do it? Should you not? You know, if you do it, what's the signs of success? What's the signs of trouble? In trading, it doesn't matter which approach, as long as you're very effective at it and you know how to manage risk within it. You want a DCA, go ahead and DCA, as long as you really understand the math behind it and you know that what's the weakness of that approach mathematically versus another approach where you're testing and you're only adding to trades that are working. Each one has its own positives and negatives, and I've done both. I do both. 250 coming up. So up here, I mean, they're pausing right at a target. They haven't reversed the candle yet, but it looked like they're struggling here a tad bit. They made most likely if you have a 1 minute candle, you're gonna see a high, a lower high, and this is the third lower high if it sticks around the 48. So they're struggling here. And they may, if they end up closing this candle at 40, then you're gonna get a pullback into the 28 and potentially the 20. You see that? That was the kind of the internals of that candle was just struggling. And you typically, whenever you get to those big targets, you really want to see just a forceful run up into it that sticks that target and you're breaking above the 50. And if they start pausing in that moment, you know the market is going to pull back a little bit. And the reason NKM is because not all the you're averaging in a range, and out of the five contracts, maybe two of them are actually making you the big money, the one that you bought really low, and the three are small, basically losses. But the two that made you good cost average are the one that making you money. So they calculate their percentage accuracy per contract. So right there, you're under 50% just off that example. Make sense? You took that short. Good for you. Yeah, I mean that was ES, but you did. Mike. Let me see here. What do you say, Mike? Yeah, Adam. I know. I liked it. I really liked it up here. Adam, I mean, you're seeing how they are reacting. So literally, if you are trying to fade a move, I would always position myself in that exact spot. And you see this happen often. It's not like this is, oh, they just did it this time and we have to wait to see when they're going to do it next. They do this all the time. All the time. When I say all the time, not every instance, but you see it in the day multiple times. So where they come up to that huge level and then they just pause and pause and pause and then they put that one candle reversal, and just off of that you're getting a mass, a decent rotation lower, and it's a counter trend and it's a fade, and it's one of the hardest things to kind of really pull off in a trading plan, but because you're going against order flow. Okay. So you need a break of 220, and then you're gonna start picking up some momentum. Most likely, when we get to 20, we're gonna pause. And ES for Sheila. Okay, so let's take a quick look. Target is 51.3275, and we got very close to it, and we're behaving in the same way as NQ, where we're pausing and backing and refilling basically. We have a harmony zone of 120 by 117, the second zone of 114 by 111. The longs are still intact as long as we continue to trade above the 116. If we go into the right here, you're seeing the market reacting to harmony zone number one forcefully. We hit this level 3 times. So the range the market is putting is the 130 by 120, and we're in the middle of it. This market is a lot stronger than NQ right now. So this is stronger than NQ. I mean, where would I mean, if somebody's long, where would the trouble be? I mean, if you start breaking anything under 122.75, that's an issue, and ultimately the market will come to this level, and you will see a bit of support coming back into it that will bounce the market back up. Okay, it's an extended. Typically, markets that look like that will come in and consolidate here. So you're seeing that reaction against this level. Then you're getting a run up. They're going to come to the middle of the range, sell off, and then do this number for a while. Okay? And based on the higher lows, gives me an opportunity to take a long for a continuation trade toward the 132 target. Okay? But here, especially now with NQ selling off a little bit, most likely you're going to see a little bit of a sympathy behavior of even though ES is stronger, you're going to get a sympathy behavior, and ES will start kind of bleeding a little bit into that range. But the structure of the market across the board, it's still a long structure, and these are the different levels that will put me in a place where I'm like, okay, I need to see this behavior in order for me to take on a long. I'd rather be long than short. If this price breaks harmony zone number one, which is anything under 116, then I'm gonna look at it differently at that point. The market will, start the process of changing its personality. But the pullbacks with the right structure are buyable in ES, and ES is stronger than NQ. So in NQ, let's take an observation here. What happens? What happens if this market comes back down to 214.5? 214.5 will be a captain set up short on the 70 NT Rinko. We already had two of them, and every single one of them paid something, right? It paid us something. It paid us money here at 109, down here to 95. It paid us from 63 all the way down to 43. If this structure gives us a 1475 close, there's a lot more room for this signal to actually sell off to the 90s and the 60s. So you need to watch for that, because that's a spot, because we came to the 250 multiple times. We're fading that major move. So a captain set up short right here with a close of 14 is a significant behavior. Yeah, we're back. We're back up to that level, the 250. Here we go. 14 never happens. I mean, we got faded the first time around, and that was, I mean, basically a reversion to the mean trade, and now they're bouncing right back up. So the story is consistent. The traps are all sprung on the shorts, and the market continues to feed off of them into higher prices. The 250, you say? Okay, so what did they just do? They blast right through that level, and now we're heading toward the next target of this rotation, which is 275. 275, and we are the harmony zone number 1 and 2 shifted, right? Harmony zone number 1 is 225 by 215. That is support level number 1. 200 by 190 is support level number 2. And we'll reevaluate the longs if we ever break under 200. 200 is a solid support. And you got multiple levels along the way that needs to hold. One of them is 220, then the 210, and the 8 and the 200. So I mean, there's a lot of levels where the market can react. Okay, but the next target is 275. Pullbacks are buyable. The market is constantly feeding on a certain type of a trader. You know, just because the price ran up, that does not mean that you should be this, short. The market really has to behave in a way consistent with being short, but we'll see. I mean, we were looking at a 14 that would put a captain set up short. That would have been a signal. Never happened. Market ran up. And I think the biggest number of candles that I ever saw, I mean, here we go. Look at that one. And that just a beauty. I mean, that, what was that? From 400 all the way to 700 points. What is that? 400? No, 1100 points. 1100 points. So, I mean, you could see that the market has the capacity to extend itself beyond the capacity of people to kind of actually survive it. So I wouldn't be surprised if we hit our target of 275. Okay, but if they become shaky, I know what to do. We know what to do. All right, guys, let's take a quick look here. So they're running that up, and we're coming up to that next level, right? The next level is 275, right? So they're pausing. They're about to do the same kind of thing that they've been doing all day long. And I mean, let's see if we can maybe put a trade here. If they they can close 260, 250, that will trigger a bit of a fade that could take us all the way down to 45. I'm gonna stop myself right here. I'm gonna stop myself right here. I mean, it may still work. Yeah, it's gonna work actually. Yeah. Yeah, it is gonna work. It kept testing and retesting. Okay, it's gonna work. That's fine. Damn it. Yeah, I'll be honest with you. I was a little bit too tight. I was because my stop is 6 points, and I saw this nervousness that where the market was having, and I elected to get out of it a little bit early. But it was exactly where I needed to be, and I needed to stick to that stop. Well, I gave them back like 2.5 points, which is nothing, really, but that's just a profitable trade right there. And that could be a move that will take us to 45. So I was risking 6 points for the potential of getting to 45, which is basically 20 points, and my risk is 6 points. I mean, yeah, the first touch is usually the best one, but we'll see if this one has any potential of pausing the price again. And what I'm gonna have to do is I have to like literally just wait for the 65 to show up and not try to get intra candle. I mean, the intra candle gave me a really beautiful entry point of 65 into this almost 10 points. But this time around, I rather just see 65 show up first. Then, we'll take a shot at it. I mean, we're basically basing it on the same behavior that this market has been doing. If I want to fade this massive run up, then that's the spot I need to fade it at. And then you gotta break 55 and then go to that 45 area. Go break even. Here we go. Let's see if I can. And I guarantee you, they're not probably gonna fill me. We'll see. 67. Ooh. Don't be nasty like that. Yeah, they are gonna be nasty like that. That's fine. They're gonna stop me here. I'm gonna exit early because the probability of them running up to that high is really high right now. So I'm gonna take that stop and keep it very small. Yeah, here we go, 74. They should push up. So there's no sense in me just sitting there and waiting for a 6 point stop when I can cut it in half. So let's examine what we're doing here because I mean, okay, so that was a profitable trade that would have made me a decent amount. Um, and I jacked with it and I ended up taking a stop, small one. And here it's a legitimate stop of 6 points, and I did well by taking half of that stop. So that's two stops in one area, one legitimate and one uh, I needed to do better. So that puts me in a pause from trying to do anything else. We hit our target. The next target is 300. Oh, look at them right now pulling back. Puts me at an even for the day. Let's keep working. Let's keep working. I mean, if they run back down to 65, I'll take a shot at it. Uh, I'm gonna cancel this order. I'm gonna see how because that would be the third trade in the same area, and that's a no for me. Okay, I'm gonna have to just pass on whatever they give me here. If I'm trading twice in one zone, and I get stopped out, that's just a red flag. I gotta leave this market alone. Okay, so the expectation here at 65 entry is to see 60 and 55 and a break, right? That's the expectation. Let's see if that's what is actually going to happen. So that 65 is gave us 3, and we need to see more out of it. As long as you don't break 70, we should be seeing a push off this fade. I mean, the overall trend is long. Really. I mean, that's the structure of the market is long. So that 65, I mean, the 65 had, what is that? Or I had it at 66. Okay, so 66 had a 72 stop. Okay. Let's see if I get stopped out mentally, since we didn't take this one. Okay. Most likely will stop. Yeah. Okay, so that stopped it. So what is that telling me? That's telling me that I am swimming against the current here so far. Trying, I mean, the first try was the legitimate try. The second one was me FOMO, and I ended up, getting in and getting stopped out for small amount of money, like 200, like $40, which is fine. And I managed that exit really well. Then the 66, we did a mental trade, and it really never gave us even 5 points. It stopped me out mentally. So that means I have to leave this area all alone and look at the market. And if the market breaks 40, then the shorts will gather steam. Otherwise, the overall trend of price action is long, and pullbacks are buyable as long as it provides us with signals. So I mean, for my day, I mean that's how I'm looking like right now, which is fine. It's actually it's a healthy for me to do that. So I stop looking at my streak and say, oh, let me extend my streak. I'd rather take a small L and just kind of, if I don't see anything else coming up, just keep it like that. I mean, if I'm reading this market, I mean, like, where are I have to have like areas where I say, okay, well, that's actionable versus it's not, you know? Like the longs, like how would I go about the long since that's the force, that's the dominant force? Like, even, you get a pull back into the 70, 60, 66. It's buyable with a break under 62 and a run up into the 80s. And ultimately, the big target for the swing trade is 300. I mean, that is the structure that seems to be overall, the behavior of long. Pull back, they run it up. Pull back, they run it up. But ES is not cooperating with this idea either, really, right now. We're about to have a captain set up on the 30 NT Rinko. I just noticed that. 62 break. '62 break. Damn it. Let me show you what I'm talking about. 62. If we break this into 62 and a quarter, that will set a short signal with a target of 50 and 36. So it's not like the longs here are forceful. I mean, it's only 11:47. Okay. It's only 11:47. So it's 62 and a quarter. You get there, we're gonna start seeing rotations lower. We get to the 54. 50 is harmony zone number one. They may bounce it there just to kind of retest. I mean, we're trying to read in a market that is low volume and slow. Hey Frida, how are you? Where you been? I haven't heard from you forever. What you been up to? Mm-mm. Longs are winning. Yeah, we had a couple of days where the market just kind of oscillated, did hardly anything. But welcome back. I'm trying to question. I'm questioning the value of having the room going all day long on a Friday. I think it's going to be a churning market upward. Really, you like it? You like what? Deeper. Thank you very much, man. Yeah, welcome to the room. Appreciate your support. Um, why is the volume low? Volume tends to go in rotations. We This consolidation that we were been in earlier on in the week, they're breaking away from it. So there was low volume in that rotation, and it's building and it's building and it's building. Now we're starting to see more volume come in. Okay, but now you also have Friday, and it's Friday afternoon, and that's a typically, typical of low volume because most trade, most traders will make their money and just be done and leave it. So you got the Friday factor, and the fact that whenever the market goes into consolidation, it's the big move is happening, and then they start rotating, they build up two things. They build up stops, and they build up volume, and then they start breaking out with more volume. So we're getting out of that phase actually. Because you're not going to break out the way we're breaking out without having some volume. So you see this, okay? So you see these boxes, right? I'll call them. They're called the globe expands, harmony boxes. Okay, so that is literally the definition of a consolidation. You had one, two, three. The fourth day uh, showed more volume and direction, and this is the fifth day of that rotation. Now there's more volume stepping into this structure. Okay, but typically, what happens? Like if you ever want to know when the market should contract with low volume. Like if I'm gonna ask myself, you know, because everybody is a genius, including myself. After the fact, it's like, oh, I should have known. Like it's too late, right? Is after a major move, you always get a consolidation phase. So that's a not just a major move. It's a huge ass move. It's a 1,100 points worth of Nasdaq. So what should the expectation be right after it? It's consolidation on low volume, because the market spent its energy getting up here. It's tired. So what is the market trying to do? It's trying to generate enough interest, enough rotation, enough stops on both sides of the market so they can use those stops as the energy vehicle, the fuel for the next rotation. Okay? and they have to trap enough traders in this range who are betting long and short, and they want to get big players and small players trapped in that range, then they do this. Or, I mean, they could have done the opposite and sold it off. But in this case, that's the case. So in this area right here, you're going to see low volume step in and a lot of congestion, and it makes it very hard to trade those environments. Then the market use the stops generated above 18,068 and the traps below the 900. They use all of it to propel the next move. And that's and that's what we're seeing. I don't know what. Gotta get some water. The target for this rotation is 300. Right? Does that make sense? Yeah, I mean the target is the target, right? I mean the target is 300. There's no sense in trying to fight this, you know. Like mentally, a lot of like what's the impulse of most traders here is to say, oh, it's too extended. Oh my God, it's due for a turn. That's the impulse. The habit of the market today is pull back, trap shorts, run them back up. That's been the habit. We are getting very close to the 300 right here. So what I'm gonna do is if we get closer, like 95 maybe, uh, there may be an opportunity for a fade. I have to see and look. and it has to be the first attempt at that level. It cannot be the second or the third or whatever. It has to be the run up, and if it does that certain thing, I'll take a shot at it and see what that does with a very small stop. And we'll go from there. The overall trend is long. Pullbacks are buyable. Go from there. I mean, they should speed up here a little bit to the upside. I mean, if they pause it right here though and close at 82 half, yeah, that's gonna get the wheel moving in that direction. And then you got 70 as a target. I mean, I don't know if I want to go short right here. Really, I like to be a little bit closer to that target and let them fail it there, versus a tight consolidation here. Then I find myself getting stopped out and a run up happening longer. So if I miss it, I miss it. I'm okay with it, but I'd rather see it a little bit higher. If I'm gonna play that type of a fade, it needs the distance between price action and that target needs to be small, within maybe less 5 points, 7 points. I mean, we're almost there. I mean, it's not like we're too far off, but with a market that is churning upward like that, I rather be patient and select better, the best of the best, if of the signals. The question I should be asking myself, really truly, is where would I go long? And the hardest trades is to see this and go long, which typically why it's the most profitable. You know, the hardest trades to take are typically the ones that make money. Okay, so that's good to see. So by thinking in the terms that I was thinking, I avoided, trying to get short here, uh, and that was good that I'm seeing what I'm seeing. So we need prices higher. to even justify the idea of trying to fade this if we ever take it. More has to happen before that idea even. So we're coming up on a whole number, 300, which is typically market. Because they already trapped a bunch of people right here. That's a spot right here. Let's see. $90.96. Four gets you to 600, 300. I mean, value-wise, 94 and a quarter has a 300 stop, which is a whole number. That gives me a little bit of room. And that will put me at a, 6-point stop that's relevant. It can work. Now the key here is to get to 89 again. Ultimately, if we break 88, I will add to it. I will look for places to add to it. I'll take it. I'll take that stop. I'll take that stop. So that's where we at. That trade, we give back 124. And that's where we at. $124.26. So I'm gonna. That's 3 stops in a row. Small ones, but nonetheless, that tells me that I'm out of sync with the market. What I'm trying to do is just has a lower probability of working out. And the last three trades that I've done are, I think, where are they? Here we go. Yep, short, short, short in a long market. So that tells me, I got to stop doing what I'm doing right here and let the market just either be long or be on the or be on the sideline. So what they've done, GED, is they have came up to those levels every single time today, every single time, no exception. Well, the exception is this trade, and they literally paused it and reversed 15, 20, 30 points every single time, except this one. So, and I took I mean, I took that trade in there. I mismanaged it a little bit. Then I took the second time, and now right here I took it with a very tight stop. So if I have to fade, that's how I would do it against a massive trend. Like if I cannot get myself to go long, just I can like emotionally I cannot get long. If that's the case, and I have to fade, then this is how I have to fade it. Like literally with a tight stop, very close to the big target, and wait for the market to really reverse. It was clear. It was clear. Their move slowly. The 4 hours to think. I'm not sure. I understand. Meaning that the market is long. Yeah, it is. The market is long. Yeah, absolutely is long. I may be simply out of sync and looking for the wrong thing right now. I mean, just it's possible. But guess what? If that is the case, I'm gonna pay the least amount of money. If I'm gonna be wrong, I'm gonna pay the least amount of money right here. And another thing, I mean, where I put the stop is a legitimate area, because I mean that 300 is a big number, and typically they'll get up to that number and just pause. That pause would have gave me an opportunity to, manage my risk even better. And sometimes they're gonna just do that, which actually lends itself to a parabolic move. So if they're gonna break that 300, you're gonna get a parabolic move and exhaust all the buyers, then come back, and then your idea of breaking the number and then shorting is a legitimate idea. But that's not what they've done all day long. There is ways to do it, AKU. There's ways to do it. I mean, not every day is gonna be a screaming directional. The majority of days are gonna be days where the market will just hit the top end of the range and just fades constantly. That's actually what the majority of the market does all the time. But there are days like this where you break off the ranges and the market becomes directional. Okay? I tend, if I am not careful, to lose money in markets that like don't stop, because psychologically in my head I was like, it's too far, and I know it's a bad habit. It just, I have to be aware of it personally. It's like, okay, well, this is the type of behavior that I used to suck at and lose money. Okay, well, I got two choices: recognize it and stay away from it. But if I don't recognize it and then I find myself in those type of trades, then I need to lose the least amount of money doing it. Okay? So I am in that second category today. Because I recognize the longs, I understood them, but I still wanted to try the short. You know? Call it mental illness. I don't know what you want to call it. But here we at. Hey, DJ. Yeah, man. It's they've been looking like they're trying. Here we go. Yeah, now they're trying. They're trying hard. They're probably gonna flush it under 300 and come back to retest it. So it's okay. I have a rule. I try three times anything, and if it doesn't work, I sit myself down in a corner and put my cone hat on top of my head and say, okay, it's time out. It's time out. It doesn't matter what's happening right now. It's time out. I should make a cone hat and just put it, just have it handy. So the target for this rotation is 325, by the way. Harmony zone number one shifted to 275 by 265, 50 by 40. Reevaluate the longs if we break anything under 260. Pullbacks are buyable till proven otherwise. For anybody who is wise enough to actually do what the system actually tells you to do, which is to go along. But Hey MKO, how are you, buddy? How are you? Yeah, man, I've been streaming all day long lately, and I'm not sure I like it, but here we are. Here we are. Let's see here what we're doing. Okay, so the longs are just trying to cram it into everybody. I mean, here we go again into that type of behavior. We'll see if they put a one candle reversal anywhere between now and 325. If they do, then that will set the stage for a bit of a fade, but otherwise it's not. Like even here, I probably should have just waited for the market to close at 86.75. So let's see what they want to do here, but market is long and strong. Order flow is long. Pullbacks are viable. We're coming to a critical area where the market needs to break to 325, and that will hit that target. And they did. Now the next target is 350. 350 is the next target. Yeah, I know MKO, and that's been my my experience. Uh, is I'm the most effective early in the morning, but the idea that I have in my head here is I need to stress myself by spending as much time in the market and streaming as possible so I can teach myself a higher level of focus. And the only way I could do that is by being in front of this all day and being in front of you guys all day and make calls and decisions throughout the day. And that's me stressing myself so I can learn that skill. So basically, once I go back to just trading the first hour and a half, my level of focus will be that much higher. I don't know. That's just what's going on in my head right now. Good job, NKM. Keep it up. I'm sure you were long. You were long, right? So right here is target number 4. So we hit that target. Typically between target number 4 and target number 5, you get a bit of a pocket of sellers that fade the market. All right, how's everybody doing so far? Adam, any improvement? DJ, any more trade? Geo, where you at? Mike, Sheila, Ashley, GED, Kid, Poker. Hey, 007, Kid Poker. I like that name. I play poker all the time too. I'm assuming Texas Hold'em. Okay. Yeah, just be careful with it. I mean, eventually they're gonna hit the wall. It just nobody knows where that wall is. You know, I mean, we could put levels and line in the sand up there, but till they actually hit distribution area, like between target number 4 and 5, which is 22 to 55. So this area in this zone, right? Like, hold on. I'm gonna I'm gonna do myself in here again. I need to be right here at 23. Actually, I need to be higher, but I don't want to pay too much for this trade. I got in a little bit early. I needed the close of 13 to happen. $23.16, yeah. Good for them. They're gonna most likely stop me out here again. Yep. Thank you. Yeah, I should listen to my own self, right? I have this rebellious trait that I've been trying to kick for some years, which is says, you can't go any higher. You can't. I know better. No, the market knows better. We do have a target, yeah. Our target is 350. I mean, it's just it's been a consistent long. Ever since. All right, so that's all I'm gonna give him today. That's all the money they're gonna get out of me. 273. Short, 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 short. I keep looking for the wrong thing in this environment, and I'm just gonna stop myself from, digging a hole right here. So that's it. 273 is good enough. As long as I keep my stops small, I'll be just fine. All right. Now, that's not going to stop me from. No, I mean, the Harmony trading system is telling me look for pullbacks to buy into. My thick head is telling me, oh, we fade it. Fade it. Be a rebel. Fade it. It's the market was clear. The system is clear. System saying long, 200 and 100 is in sync. You got a cloud that is positive. You have harmony zone number 1 and 2 long. You have targets on the upside. I know it's my efficiency in the later part of the day is always dips, and so that's what I have to kind of be conscious of. And the next target is 350. 350. Long is in charge. It's 12:41. Man, I don't know if I can handle this all the way till 3 o'clock today. I don't know if that's gonna happen. You got target number 5 in this rotation at 355. Obviously, we will hit the trend target of 350. Yeah, Adam is not. It's just it's a long market, and if you have to be wrong for a very small amount of money. Don't be wrong with your PA and your fun. Just if you're gonna be wrong with small amount of money. Like I'm recognizing my behavior is not right, and me saying it gotta stop here. That's the wrong. That's for me. Obviously, it's the wrong thing to do. So it's better back off. And so here we go again. I mean, we're going to the same damn spot in price action, and eventually, there it's gonna work. Like eventually, it's gonna work. And I rather now I rather for the market to really sell off and then structure itself short before I go short. Meaning that I gotta see 85. I gotta see 85, 285. So they can dance all they want around here. They can, fade it into 14, come back and retest. They can run it up to 350 and go to 370 and sell off if they want to. This market is a long on pullbacks, and unless we break 285, the structure, I'm not going to participate in any of it till it shows me the ability for the market to sell off and hold the sellers holding. So the target is 350. If you're long and you see 337.75, then it's time for you to go. Like, don't get cute and try you'll hold on just for 350. Right here is good enough, because if they close at 337, that's a one candle reversal, and they typically will fade it at least to 26 or 15. So you don't want to be holding on to that long for too long. But that is the spot where most of these fades typically work. right against that target. So if I'm seeing this, what should I, how should I see the market right here? I should see the market as an area where the longs can take profit. I should see it as an area where the 350 is a half back. You know, whenever you go three, like a 50, which is the middle of between a whole number on both sides, 300 and 400, you're smack in the middle of that. That's typically a resistance area to begin with. Plus, you're very close to the big 350 target. So that area is reasonable to think that we see a pullback right here. And any major pullback, it should be bought because the market has not really retraced in any meaningful way. So there's a lot of traders that have not participated in the long. And if they see a decent pullback, they may jump in. Okay. So like right here, I would be trying to fade again. You know, if and that as long as 350 is not breaking. And if it breaks, then you know it's a 6 point stop. Now let's take this scenario, and if that scenario presents itself, I may have to jump in. But it is 3750. 3750. You break 3750, then that is a captain setup short with a wick, meaning that this market had a wick at 46 and got down to 36. I may, yeah, at that point, I may jump in and take my chances. And then my stop is going to be 50 at that point. But you got to get to 3750. And that would be, if they produce that, a captain setup short. And if they stop me off of that trade, then they stop me off of that trade. I'm going to put one contract, and if it works, I'll add to it. And my target will be 22. Then I'm going to have a target at 15 and a stop at 50 or less. And I'm going to go look for also 300 if the market behave. Come on, baby. Let's go. Give it to me. Give it to me. Don't puke. Okay, here we go. So my stop is 50. Actually, it is, yeah, 50 and a quarter. Where's my ad? That's actually too much money, but that's fine. We can afford it here. I mean, I can add to it right here also. Okay, and we should see a push. Oh, they're going to get me. They are going to get me. Good for them. My stop is my stop. Good for them. Good for them. Good for them. Good for them. Thank you. Let's keep reading the market. All right, so that captain set up against that level, that even didn't hold. So we hit target number 5, and now the next target is 375. And it is relentless, that's for sure. So we're gonna have to slow down. That's plain and simple right here. 102. We have 2 more hours. So we're gonna slow down a little bit and let the market do its own thing. I don't care what kind of signal they put up on the short side up here. I ain't taking it. I learned my lesson. I learned my lesson. So 375 is the target. Zone number 1 is 325 by 15, 300 by 290. Pullbacks are buyable. I mean, even very, very shallow pullbacks are buyable. So you really need a reaction, like a huge reaction, where the market just like literally sell off below 300 in order. Yeah, the first stop would be 325. You break that, that's 341, 325, 300. You break those, shorts have a chance. What they're doing, I mean, a typical captain setup short between target number 4 and 5, any time of the, any day, you're gonna get, 24. You're gonna get a reversion to the mean type of trade. Not today. So now the next target in that rotation, you're seeing two targets. One of them is the 375. The second one is target number 6, which is 403. If we can dream that high. Market is long and strong. Four. See, my impulse here is, I can even hear myself talking. Is like, oh yeah, okay, so they got you right at it. Okay, I get that. But now the market is turning. So finally hit target number 5 and the market is ready to go. Get in. That's the conversation that I'm having in my head. And I know most likely that's the wrong conversation. So I'm gonna say, hey, listen, every attempt at going short in this area has ended up in a stop. What makes you think this one is gonna work? Why don't you just wait for the market to structure itself short? Let them come back down to 313.75, and then the market will be out of sync. And then the system is giving you a two-sided market, and you can go short if you want to, still want to. I think that's a better conversation than the one I'm having right now. The other part of me is saying, hey, listen, you got to make your money back. He goes, you're having a decent day till you start getting cute with this market. Make your money back. That's what my mind is saying. And I'm gonna say no. It's okay. Part of doing business. I gotta keep my cost of business low, including down days. That's okay. I can walk away with a small stop for the day. That's okay. Like even here, they're having one candle reversal. Yeah. See, Adam, you also read my mind. Like, if you go long here, it's gonna drop on you. Well, it's probably. See that even the long here paid, and you're looking for a rally into 375. Then you got target number 6, which is basically I'm saying I'm running out of targets because past target number 6, the only targets I have are ones where they're trend targets. So we'll see if the market has anything to offer. But the next target here, if we hit target number 6, it's 403. So it's another 40 points from here. There's a low probability of that happening by end of today, really. But I'm not gonna get cute with this market. I'm not. I'm just gonna keep reading it. Keep reading it. And see what that does for us. Okay, here we go. We got a level that's of importance. If we break anything under 44 or 45, that will generate a captain setup short on the 40 NT Rinko. See that? Okay, so let me show you what that means. See this captain setup short right here? Boom. If right here market sells off and closes under 45, then that formation is present. The difference here is you had a high, then had a lower high with that captain setup. So that's a little bit different. You got captain setup here, captain setup here, captain setup. 2 of them here long, and here long into a short that got faded. Okay, so there's an extreme parabolic price action going on here. Then they put a captain setup short. If they do that, then there's a good case that we will see a bit of retracement. Okay. We've been here before. I mean, how much money am I willing to give up today? That's the question that I have for myself. Because otherwise, there's no sense in me trying to go to 44.75 and get skittish there. Like, either gonna take it or not. I mean, I could wait for another follow up candle to 40, then start looking for rallies and short into those. But then I have a question for myself. Is like, all right, well, how much money do you want to expense today? Like, okay, if it doesn't work, what is the cost of that trade? Because from 44, you're looking at a 50, a 64. Well, that's a 20-point stop. That's the value of that stop. So on one contract, I'm giving 400, and only if it start moving in my direction, like start moving into the 20s and break into that level, would I go and add more contracts? So I can risk $400, then my day will be above 1,000 down for the day if I hit that. That's still reasonable, but I'm not gonna go with two contracts. I'm not. I need a little bit. I'll add to it if it works. Now, I mean, the trade has not even materialized, so the 44 is not even there. So I mean, all that is hypothetical, but I gotta calculate in my head the trade, the entry, the cost, the targets. Where would I add, and where would I know if it's working or not before I even, you know, get there. So that trade never materialized. I mean, they literally ran it up against that formation. So there's no captain setup. Okay, that's fine. But that's what I'm gonna kind of have to think about in the next opportunity. Is what's my cost? And the next trade may not, the cost may not be $400. It may be $50. You know, should depend. It depends on how the market is going to structure itself. I mean, I'm looking across the board. There's a bunch of people blowing up their accounts. I get it. I get it. I could see how that would be the case because if you get short and you get stubborn with any of this stuff, it's just a quick blowout. 6. Oh, Captain set up short on ES on the 6 NT Rinko. Alrighty. They're about to sucker me in. They are about to sucker me in. So I want to see if how they handle this. We're coming up to the 375, by the way. You're having a formation, a short formation on ES, but you know, whatever. I mean, we've been here before. I need yeah, it's Zach is this is just like an outlier day. It's you don't see the market run up like that. It's not a frequent thing. So you just have to, if you're gonna lose money, lose small amount of money. I mean, trying to overcommit to this market is just on the short side at least. I mean, obviously, if you go went all in anywhere long, you're solid. But you know, brush it off, put a smile on your face. Let's go back at it again. You know, you can get beat once, but you get back and get it done. So that captain setup on, okay, let me pull it up a little bit so people see what we're talking about. Here we go. This is a sell formation right here. As long as that high 48 holds, then this rotation can take us to 40. If they close this candle, which is 46 and a half, then the next candle needs to be at 44 and a quarter, or otherwise they're gonna just blow the top again. Yeah, Zach, it's all right, man. That's what makes you know, a winner is you get punched in the face, you tell them thank you, you get back on that horse. Let's go again. Let's go again. They punch you, or you punch yourself. Because I punched myself a few times today. Get back in there. Just keep working. Keep working. The cost of trying again is a lot less than if you had a live account. I mean, I trade my live account and my PAs, but the cost of trying, oh, if it's only eval, don't even worry about it. Get back in there. Get back in there. Just make sure you're learning from it, because there's no sense in just doing something then repeating it. Like I know my tendencies, my weak tendencies. Okay, here we go. Here we go. If I mean, I'm sorry. If they're gonna take more of my money, they're gonna take more of my money. 44. You break 44 on ES. It's a captain setup switch trade. Take more. Take more of my money if you want to. I'm okay with it. I'm gonna put the high up there. Why is this thing not working? Here we go. My stop is that high, and it is what it is. Okay, so what am I looking for here? I'm looking for bigger targets. I'm not messing around with these people. Okay, but like right here, they should be trying to buy it a little bit just to kind of protect. But we have a captain setup switch trade short on ES. This market should be flushing to 40 and 30. And I can look for ways to add to it as it progresses. Come on, don't be cheap like that. Don't be cheap like that. Okay. I mean, I don't want to go break even either right here, really. I mean, I need to go back and just stay where I'm at. And okay, the 40. I mean, we got to the 40. I'm going to add to it. Okay, yeah. Did I just get greedy? Yeah, very possible. I got greedy. I got greedy on this one. I know the 40 should have been a target. You greedy bastard. Okay. Let's see. Let's see. I mean, the stop is the stop. It's gonna actually sting a little bit. Yeah, I think I got greedy. I mean, that was a good rotation. I just need to take profit in it and not get too greedy and look for a bigger move. I mean, I hit my target of 40. Now I'm gonna find myself getting stopped out with two contracts and a big chunk. I mean, like right here, they need to stop it and turn to 57, or otherwise, I'm gonna get stopped out. Got greedy. I mean, we hit it right on, spot on. I added at that 50, hoping to see 45 and a push to 35 with two contracts, and the market reversed. Thank you. All right. Let's keep working. That's a little bit of retracement in that equity. So where did we have it before? We had it on January the 30th, I think. Let me see here. I think that was this one, 31st. Yeah, I think that's where I'm gonna have to draw the line. I have to draw the line somewhere. Here we go. Watch these bastards. That is wrong. That's wrong. That's wrong. Look at, I mean, that's that trade right there against that target of 75. I mean, I'm gonna call it GG and be done, or give it one more try. One more try. I mean, I was good on that trade. I was really solid on that trade. Everything was right. It just I added here and did not recognize. Well, I I saw the 53, which is really not what the market should have done, and that should have been my stop there. But whatever. I got greedy basically. So based on that, Captain Sub switch trade came in, tested, blew the top, and came back in. This whole area is distribution area, and it's sticking. The market is sticking it. So we're gonna see pullback to the 330, 320, and potentially on structure we can see a little bit of selling pressure coming in here. Oh, you bastards. Look at that. No fill on that one. Yeah, I don't know if I want to get it on the way back up, but that was a good entry if I could get it. Short. Dropped me right there, right before it came back in. Stop to that trade is what? I mean, like literally the high, 75. Do I want to? Do I want to take that type of a trade? Do I want to take that type of trade? So actually, even the 75 is the stop. 45, 45, 65, 75. That's 600 bucks. Damn. Okay, let's see. That would be the last trade of the day. If I can't get this one profitable, then I'm gonna have to punch myself in the face and stop trading. 47 and a quarter is what you should expect. $47 and a quarter, yeah. 47 and a quarter is what we should expect. I don't want to add to it right here. I just don't want to take a two contract risk if it stops me out. I want to see it at least move in my direction so I could get to 25s and then have a chance at breaking the 15 into the whole number. And my question to myself is don't get greedy. Don't get greedy, George. Don't get greedy. Don't get greedy. It's bigger stops. I don't like those bigger stops. But I mean, this spot right here, you break the 30s. We're gonna get to the 300s in no time. Like it has the potential of really producing a big move. Yeah, we should see a little bit of momentum coming in to break that 40. And that's how they're going to flush that first side of it, then come back up to retest. Here we go, that break even. Should have taken that break even that last trade. $48, $38. Kind of the same behavior. Yeah, I'm getting greedy. Okay, let's see here. Yeah, 76. It's a bigger stop than I like. I mean, I like 6 point stops, but this type of trade is just it's not gonna make it happen. It's Here we go. That's what I want to see actually. That's not behaving right, for God's sake. I mean, that stop is there. It's just too much money for what I'm trying to do here today. I mean, that's, what is that? A 30-point stop on 2 contracts. It's 1,200. I don't want to pay that. I really don't. And I don't, want to add anywhere here. I'm just going to have to kind of let it ride and see if we can get, the cost is not right for me, but, we have a couple of spots where this market can, pivot. I mean, I could do this actually. Well, yeah, I'm definitely off my game today. That's 2, that's 800. Okay. Okay. That's encouraging. And let me see, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, 1, 2, 3. So we got to see 41. That will get the market back in sync. We got 8 minutes to the top of the hour. Yeah. 4, 6. Yeah, 6. It's $1,200. So that's the funny thing. It's a funny thing here. I mean, like, I got in there perfect and I had over 10-point profit, did not take it. And same thing here. I did the same exact thing here. I went short, decent, and I was up like 15 points or so, close to it at least, and did not take it, and I added to it. So that just tells me I'm off, because those are spots where I would, typically will take profits and just kind of build up, build up, build up. And today I got this greedy bug in me. It's going to cost me. My stop is there. They can pick it up if they want to. And that would be the last trade of the day for me. Because I think any trade I would take after that is going to be, my mind is going to be out of sync. Yeah, I mean, I'm a 6 point. I'm a 6 point stop guy. I think this is emotional trading right there. Yeah, that's emotional trading. All right, well, good for them. They can come and pick up 76. Fuck yourself. Genius. See the issue here. I mean, I'm close enough. Like I literally could add here and have a 76 stop, and and then I have better chance of a better cost basis for this trade. But whatever. They're not giving it to me here, and I'm not gonna chase it. Just from the cost basis point of view, I don't like to add to something going against me, but my stop is right there. So any add here has that same stop, and my average will come into the 50, which gets me to where I could get out of this trade. A lower high in ES. I mean, if they're gonna be kind enough. Okay, I'll just do one here, same stop, and see if we can get to 50. didn't really add too much to my stop. Is well, actually, it added $300 to my stop, which is reasonable. I mean, that 35.25 is still valid. I mean, that's the only thing. And this is the part here where I need to keep my shit together and not get greedy, not get out of focus, just super read this market. And so that reduces my total exposure big time. I'll leave one in there, and I want to see a break to 38. A 38 is critical, really. And that would be a switch trade into that move. And then we can flush to the 30s and the 20s if they do that. But I definitely, needed to kind of cut my cost bases and not get. That trade would have cost me 1,200 if it stops, plus that ad if it went back up there will be a little bit more, which is way more than I would like to pay. 30, 38. Let's see. I'm not moving my stop. Break that 35 and we're in business. Breaking even, and I'm gonna trail it right here. I'll take it right here and I'll see if I can get any better, but a lot better. Damn. And now you're gonna see the big flush. Oh, let's keep working, man. We may end up figuring out these people out. You figure this one out. And I added to it right there. I mean, I saw what they were doing. I was like, okay, yeah, I'm gonna add 2 contracts and see if I can get myself. So, cut my cost basis to where I'm only in one at break even, and then added 2 here and made some money on that push. That's good. That makes me feel a little bit better about how this how this is working. Rallies back up are shortable. I mean, really, we haven't even gotten into a two-sided market yet. What gets us in a two-sided market is a break below 23.75. So we're still swimming against the current, but we can see, price action struggling. Mike, I'm off today. I can tell that I'm a bit off my game. I mean, I'm expanding my I'm going from scalping to swing trading and mentally, and that's, I need to stick to one or the other. But I'm not going to complain here. I'm going to focus, refocus and get going on the rest of the trades that we got going on here. We're seeing a potential run down here to that 25 level. I'll take it right here. That's fine. I'll scalp it right here. Make a little bit of money. Just let it run. Yeah. Hold it. No, you're running right smack into Harmony Zone number 1. They're going to bounce the shit out of this thing. It's not like, I mean, this is like the first touch of this zone. You think they're not going to. I mean, they could prove me wrong, but hey, I'd rather just take my profit than sit here and go through that little mess that we went through. Today I've had a short bias wrongly. 200 and the 100 are out of sync. So that means that we're in a two-sided market. So pockets of sellers can come back in and exert themselves. I'm expecting a bit of a rally back up to the 40s. In that rally, I can look for a re-entry short if it's possible. Yeah, we still have a little bit here, a little bit of time, 45 minutes, and we're gonna run into the algos at 245, 250, 255. That last 15 minutes is gonna be active. Yeah. I'll take it. I'll take it right here. I mean, we're back to that same zone, so I got to be careful because they could bounce it again. But this is the second time they're starting to chew through the supply around that target. I mean, it may go here, but I mean, I'll take a small profit and just keep going. Yeah, I get it. I get what they're doing. Got to keep it light and moving. I mean, we're coming at a support area, so you see how they're coming up to it and just bounce it right back up. 34. Where did I get in? I got in a very good price. 34.75. Mm, okay. They're trying to protect it. That's what they're trying to do. Trying to protect that level. So they're going to bounce it right back up. I get it. You don't want to see 340. That would put a captain setup long on the 40 NT wrinkle. You don't want to see 340. Anybody who's short, they do not want to see 340. That's good that they did that. Less than 340. So you're gonna have to protect that 340 if you're short. See, the market is doing one of those weird things where sells off, keeps going, giving you retracement to the mean average, and giving you a railroad short, railroad short. This is the third one, actually the fourth one in the sequence. It's not really making a lot of uh, distance move. Like the distance between when they started this to where we at is literally 30 points, but rotated 4 times. And that kind of behavior is, you know, is they tend to break out from it to the upside in the direction of the trend. So if they get to 40, the expectation is you get a little bit of a separation back up to the 50, 55, 60, and try to shake out some of the shorts that are building up here. So as long if we break that 40, then that mechanism can start back in. Do I want to get involved in it? I don't know. You should start seeing it move. The stop to the whole rotation is that low of 20. And we have to break to 41. Really? Here we go. If they close that candle up here at 40, I'm going to take a quick scalp. They got to close it. I almost pushed the button by accident. They really got to close it. Because that's the switch trade right there. And that's going to go 45, 50 quick. And I can take a, 6 point to 10 point stop and be okay with that idea. So get to that 40 again. I probably should put an order right there just right now. Yeah, that's it right there. So this candle needs to close up. If they don't, then this setup is under threat. Yeah. I'll keep that order over there. Really? That is some crazy shit right there. Here go 30 right here. Gonna cancel that order. Yeah. Yeah. I need them at 40 again. I mean, the funny thing, it's almost like paranoia right here. You want to get long at 40 and get stopped out. You're like, you want to kick yourself in the foot because the market was super long all day long. And now when the market is trying to, you know, showing weakness, you want to go strong. Okay. Well, I mean, right here. Right here. Now you're going to see the push. Obviously, I'm going to just pass on it. I'm just going to sit here and wait. So the setup, this right here. 40 NT wrinkle captain setup. Okay. So, but we have moved so much so far. I mean, if this captain setup actually closes under 21, then that whole rotation should tank because it's not behaving right here. Like if the market is long and like it was before, that kind of captain setup will automatically go 50, 60. Easy. Okay. And now we're dipping in the middle of the range and coming back to the bottom end of it. They're, it's a song and a dance that they're doing. It makes me a little bit apprehensive of trying to get long. But unless you break the 25, you're really still intact. Like from the short perspective, they shouldn't be doing that either. So like it's 37, you close 37, you should be running up. I will try it here, and if they take my money, they take my money, I guess. Nope. I need it to be right there at 37.75. I'm a little bit skittish here. I'm not gonna lie, a little bit skittish about going long, but I think it's gonna work. Like, it's just one of those things where it's just like you have support, harmony zone number one, so you got that. Then you have the formation, which is a captain setup, but they're sitting here and they're rotating, rotating, rotating. So it's not like I think it should be going to 50. I think it should be going to 60. But these type of rotations kind of get me a little bit on the sideline. And the way the market is structuring itself right now, it's putting this captain setup and retesting the middle of it, which is the 30, and now you're getting a bounce. You should see a push. You really should see a push. Okay, so that's channel 2 is right here, and we're breaking the end, the top end of it. You get 45, you're gonna speed up to 50. Then some of the shorts are gonna start, panicking. So the 30 needs to hold. Obviously, the 20 needs to hold, and you need to break the 45. That will create momentum. I mean, you gotta get to the 50 at least. Good Lord. I mean, they should get to the 50. I mean, they got very close. Huh. I mean, they would start breaking this 40 here. It's bad news, actually. Yeah, that's bad news. What time is it? 2:31. We got half an hour. Half an hour. So 30 has to hold, obviously. So that break is getting tested, and they need to hold on to 30. So if you compare price action right now versus the price action we had earlier, I mean, obviously the longs they're weak in the knees right now. You know, because that formation right there should have been a stellar, from the 40 entry to 50 in like seconds. That's how that market should have acted. In the prior environment, it was like that. Now, the buyers are just skittish. Okay. Yeah, look at them. They're trying to hold it here. They're trying to hold it. They're trying to hold it. So they came up to that 40 and got faded. They really need to close above it. What time is it? So we got 10 minutes. 10 minutes to the first algo. End of the day algo. You got three of them. 45, 50, 55. No bueno. That's fine. No good. Take that stop, move on. That's the way it should be. I mean, the question to me is if they go back, yeah, they go back down to that 32, that'll be a switch trade short. And if you break the 30, you're going to pick up some speed. I mean, I could try it one more time. They stopped me out just before they did it. Okay, I get it. Let's see. We should break that 32. If we do, we're that idea can take hold. I mean, I understand we're running into this captain setup long that's not doing nothing. The market has to kind of give it up either way here. Here we go. Okay, that's a good stop right there at 40 and a half. I'm going to keep it one contract and add to it if it starts moving in my direction. Here you go. Push, push, push 28. 28 is critical. Pick up that 30 to the 28 and we'll get momentum. I took one off just to kind of help out with this idea. And let's see the 28. I mean, we need 28. Yeah, if we see 28, we'll pick up momentum. I'm gonna break even on that trade. I really like it actually, but you know, just spending too much time here. I'll see if we can punch back up, and I can reload. We needed the 28 to show up, and we may end up getting it and flushing very quickly. But you know, right now at this stage of the game, I need to kind of make sure that I'm not I'm managing my risk even tighter. So if it's not moving, I gotta get out of it. What do you mean 75? Yeah, I got stopped out on that stupid thing. Okay. Yeah, right here you're threading the needle. I mean, like it's just you're reading between the wicks of this market, trying to look for an actual trade. The big stop on this rotation is 45, because 45 will give you a captain setup switch trade long on the 40 NT Rinko. So if we see that, then you know that the market is gonna end up going long on the close. So 45 is a critical. I mean, I'll go long there and take my chances with basically 10 to 15 point stop at that point. But I'm gonna try to manage it for less if possible. Man, it's been a fight today. It's been a fight. ES. What is ES doing? ES in the middle of the range, literally, and that explains a lot actually where we at, because the market is really not doing much of anything right in that spot, just coiling into the close. But we know 45 is important. We know breaking the 30 one more time, it would be super important. And that's something that will trigger me to go short again. Because that will mean on this chart you got a switch trades. It's two sell signals in a row. If we break the 30, and we should see a bit of a push. So that didn't happen. Remember 45. If 45 doesn't happen, here we go, 245. So now we're into the first algo and price is perking up a little bit. Mm, you don't say so, huh? 45, 45. Go with your bad self. 45. Okay. Now watch the run up. 50, 55. I want to see a pullback actually, if anything. I can I can maybe we can get the 40. And my stop will be 34. Yeah, really? Okay. I have a 10-point stop if I buy it here. If we go back again to 47, I'm buying this thing. Because that's a switch trade long. And it should be good for a push. You gotta get there though. 47 half. I gotta put that order up there. Yeah, you get up there, we talk. You don't get up there, we got issues. point we should see 50, 55 if we break that level in this current candle. If it doesn't happen in this current candle, then I'm not going to be interested. Yeah, it's starting to act. Starting to act. Starting to act. You gotta break. Ooh, that is no good. Exit, exit, exit. Okay. Yeah, it's 250. I didn't even realize what time it is. 250. 250. That's the algo at 250. They just slapped it around. Okay. Well, that's good to know. That is good to know, because if you break 30 again, I think there's going to be some pain going on here on the longs. They're going to sell it off. The 30 level is important. We got a 255 and a 3 o'clock action on a Friday. Really? This market makes you dizzy. Okay, break 34. 34 half. You ain't gonna give it to me, are you? Yeah, I needed to kind of be ahead of it. Yeah, I need a rally here. Anything. Okay, well, I mean, let's try that. Where is my stop, though? Fuck this market, man. What is this? 39. That's a $200 stop. I'm okay with it. Let's see if I can get another push lower. Good for you. Good for you. If you want to take... Where is that? 40, 43? Is that what I have? Yeah, 43. Yeah, 43 is a good stop. That's a 10-point stop on this type of rotation. If it's gets... What time is it? We got 2 minutes. I mean, they're going to break this thing one way or another. Okay. You want to come and take my money? I guess so. On an ad, too. 34.50, break 33, I would be good. Otherwise, they're gonna take it off. I mean, 1 minute, they're gonna hit the algo here very quickly. I hope the algo sell it off, but we'll find out here in a minute. Nope. All right, that's it. I'm not gonna try anymore. I think I'm gonna try anymore. I mean, the true stop is like 50, 40, 47. Okay. I mean, looking at this, I mean, eventually it's gonna take a direction here, but you're getting, captain setup into another captain setup. Typically, this will resolve itself lower. It should resolve itself lower, and I keep focusing on that, and it's not really going. So maybe they're just gonna park it here into the close, and this is how we're gonna end up the day. We are down 1100. Could have been worse, right? And I tried multiple times. I mean, I think I could have done better on risk management early on. We had a couple of trades that produced really good results, and I was, I was looking for a bigger move than what the market was willing to give. Um, what else could I have done better? Sticking to scalping, even if I'm getting stopped out, it's okay. Just sticking to the 6.6 point um, stops. It's just a better approach here. What else can I learn today? What did I learn today? That Friday, there's not gonna be there's not gonna be any late sessions. I I think there's a trader fatigue. You're gonna be trading all day long, and you had a long week. Just hit the morning session and be done. That's what I've done for years, and no sense in trying to change it. So I'm gonna go back to just simply trading the morning session on a Friday. I mean, if I want to do like a late session where we stream all day long, then it's just gonna have to be like any other day, but not Friday. Not Friday. So we got one more minute, but that's not bad, really. 1,000. Yeah, it's not even finishing anywhere. Here comes end of day action, end of the day action. Oh, now they're gonna. They put a captain setup while I was talking. Look at that. Put a captain setup short at 35. Now, now they're gonna drop this thing. Let me see what I did here. What did I do? Actually, I made money. Let me see here. I made money. No, I got stopped here. Made money here, and then got stopped out here. Yeah. Okay. All right, guys. That's it for me. I gave it the good old college try. Okay, guys. We'll see you Monday morning. Have a good one.